morning once again. Dear DVC, dear Principal of College of Education, our distinguished guests, development partners, researchers, teachers, students here with us, a very warm welcome to you to the 4th International Conference on Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development. Our theme this year is Building a Sustainable Future Through Pedagogical Innovation, Inclusion, and Resilience. To everyone who has traveled hundreds of miles from abroad and from different corners of our country, please feel at home and enjoy your time here at the University of Rwanda, Gikondo campus. My name is Aloisi Wize Maria, and together with my colleague,
Ernest Ngendahayo,
we are honored to be your masters of ceremony for this event. Over the next 3 days, we look forward for great discussion and learning from one another. Before we begin, let us take you through today's program. We have already started, and we are going to have opening speeches from our conference convener, then DVC, the principal, College of Education, who will also invite the DVC. And after that, we'll have a group photo, and we'll proceed with the symposium with the theme Advancing Pedagogy and Quality in Higher Education. After that, we'll have keynote presentation, and it will be followed by panel discussion that will lead us to lunchtime. And after lunch, we'll have panel sessions in different rooms. You will know the rooms already. That's the program up to 5 p.m. today. Without any further ado, it is my honor and privilege to invite the conference convener, Professor Wenceslas Nzabarirwa, to deliver the opening remarks. Welcome. Please join me to welcome him. Thank you.
Deputy Vice Chancellor for Finance and guests of honor, distinguished guests and delegates, esteemed colleagues and fellow researchers, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure as a conference convener to warmly welcome you to the 4th International Conference of the University of Rwanda College of Education. This year, we are particularly delighted to welcome participants, keynote speakers, researchers, and partners from Rwanda and several countries across Africa, Europe, and beyond, reflecting the growing international reach of this conference. This conference is organized under our recurrent theme, which is here on the screen, Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development, which reflects our shared commitment to advancing education as a driver of social transformation, equity, and sustainable development. Over the years, this conference series has provided a platform for reflection and dialogue on some of the most pressing issues facing education. We had every year an annual theme under this recurrent one, Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development. In 2000, you may remember, some of you were with us that time, 2023, we explored rethinking holistic education for the fourth industrial revolution. This was the first theme. The second, in 2024, we focused on re-examining quality education and teacher professionalism in the 21st century. And then last year, 2025, we examined empowering educators to prepare students for tomorrow's complex challenges. These were the three previous themes for the conference. Then today, we are building on these discussions for the past years. And the theme for this year is building a sustainable future through pedagogical innovation, inclusion, and resilience. This theme invites all of us to consider how education system can respond to rapidly changing social, technological, economic, and environmental realities, while ensuring that no learner is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, today, more than ever, education must foster creativity, critical thinking, adaptability, and responsible citizenship. It must embrace innovation, promote inclusion, and strengthen resilience among learners, educators, and institutions. These priorities are essential if we are to prepare future generations to contribute meaningfully to sustainable development. Participants, over the next 3 days, we will engage in keynote presentations, symposium, panel discussions, and research paper presentations that showcase innovative ideas, research findings, and practical experiences from Rwanda and across the world. I encourage all participants to engage actively, share experiences openly, and use this opportunity to build new partnerships and collaborations. At this stage, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the University of Rwanda, represented here by the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance. Thank you for coming, and particularly to its College of Education for its unwavering commitment to organizing this annual academic gathering. Through its vision and leadership, the college continues to provide a valuable platform that brings together researchers, educators, policymakers, development partners, and students from Rwanda and beyond to exchange ideas, share research findings, and collectively reflect on the future of educational and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this fourth edition of our international conference, we are reminded that scholarly progress flourishes through dialogue and collaboration. I would like to quote here Isaac Newton, famous acknowledgement. I quote, "If I have seen Father, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." I can repeat this. If I have seen Father, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. This quotation reminds us that academic advancement is built upon sharing ideas, learning from one another, and working together across institutions, disciplines, and nations. Let me, on a personal note, allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the leadership of the University of Rwanda and the College of Education for the confidence they have placed in me by trusting me with the role of conference governor for 4 consecutive international conferences. It has been both an honor and a privilege to contribute to this important academic initiative, and I remain deeply grateful for the trust, guidance, and the continued support I received from you. I also wish to acknowledge with deep appreciation the support provided through the Higher Education Pedagogies for Teacher Education project, members of the delegates for this project can say like this, me from Finland, then also the quality-based education in higher education and community development project. Members of this project can also raise Phineas and others, please. And then the NHR Global Health Research Group on promoting child and adolescent well-being in sub-Saharan Africa. Don't know if there are representatives from this project. Thank you. Their generous contributions have played a significant role in supporting the organization of this conference and in advancing research, innovation, capacity building, and international collaboration in education and in human development. I further extend my sincere thanks to our keynote speakers, symposium organizers, presenters, reviewers of abstract development partners, members of the organizing and scientific committees, and even the public relations and communications committee, and all participants whose contributions have made this conference possible. I wish you fruitful deliberations, enriching interactions, and a successful conference. With these remarks, I warmly welcome you once again, you all, to this 4th international conference on reshaping education for sustainable development. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a productive and enjoyable conference.
Big round of applause to the conference convener. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Undoubtedly with all these beautiful and smart minds here, everything is going to be well. Without delaying, I would like to invite our principal, University of Rwanda College of Education, to come and deliver his remarks, and invite other guests and guest of honors who have remarks for us today. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him as Thank you.
Dear Deputy Vice Chancellor for Finance at Universal Rwanda, distinguished guests from partner institutions, collaborators, esteemed scholars, researchers and educational practitioners, ladies and gentlemen, let me join my colleague, the conference convener, to just greet you. Good morning. So, first of all, thank you for responding to our invitation, and also for those who are coming for the fourth time. We are very grateful for your commitment, but also for a sense of ownership of this platform that needs to exist to sustain the discussion around education for sustainable development. And it means a lot in our countries, especially in Africa, where we are thriving to reach the development as our predecessors or role model, whom we think they have at least achieved a development that supports the social living of their population. So it is my distinct honor to welcome you to this fourth international conference on reshaping education for sustainable development. And this year, the theme is building a sustainable future through pedagogical innovation, inclusion, and resilience. This theme strongly aligns with the mission and strategic priorities of the College of Education. As a leading institution in teacher education in Rwanda, but also leading in educational research, we are committed to preparing educators, not simply teachers, but educators who are innovative in this era where artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies are with us, and we have to embrace them, to integrate them in our practices. At the same time, we need to be inclusive, because a school is a diversity in terms of representation. So inclusivity, inclusion, those are principles that we have to embrace our institution at the system level, but they must make sense in the real classroom environment. We have at the same time to be responsive to evolving demand of the society. So nowadays, there is a big challenge that all educators, all educational providers are facing, because the jobs are shifting so quickly, such that if we don't adapt our system, we may train for the past, and if we train for the past, then our youth, our young people will fail to get a job. So that's why the term resilience was put in the theme for this year, to ensure that yes, we have to innovate our pedagogy, and we have to ensure that we remain relevant across times, managing well the change and the dynamics that are imposed on us. The college continues to play its critical role in supporting our country's Rwanda education transformation agenda through high-quality teacher preparation, continuous professional development. Is a key. Lifelong learning is a key. And we are gathering here as researchers, but at the same time sharing our experiences and learning from each other, from one another. And the whole motivation shall learn from here will inform our research and our classroom practices. And we have to ensure that whatever we do is making an impact. It's not for the sake of doing it, but also to ensure that at the end it is making an impact. It is making a tangible change towards positivity. The sub-themes of this conference, there are many. I think you had time to look at the agenda, but at least I have to highlight that we had the opportunity to create long presentation in form of symposium, so that for the themes around innovative pedagogies and quality of education, new approaches for teaching some specific subjects, especially STEM, but others, and also ensuring that we prepare students for learning. They are really embedded among the themes and the topics that will be discussed. And of course, at the sphere of everything to be discussed, we have also to reflect about the role of artificial intelligence. For us who are old, who attend the class in the past, we feel scared by the artificial intelligence that is going to disrupt our way of doing things, but at the same time we should be positive towards artificial intelligence and to ensure that we ethically embed it in our system. The organization of this conference through symposia and other relevant topics will inform the commitment that we have to make, linking pedagogy, research, policy, and practice. The dissemination of some findings and outcome from some key projects that the college has been running in partnership with our partners. You had the conference convener, who is also the project coordinator of some of the projects. We are glad to present you that those projects have already made an impact in us in terms of the change that we need, especially the higher education pedagogy for teacher education, a project funded by the Finnish government, of course involving about 6 higher learning institutions from Finland, and also University of Rwanda College of Education collaborating with Rwanda Polytechnics and higher education to ensure that we mainstream quality in the preparation of teachers, but also the teaching system in general. And also all through the funding of the World Bank, the Ministry of Education is implementing the quality-based education for human capital development, and the college, since the starting of the project in the year 2019, we are implementing that project, especially continuous professional development for STEM teachers. And during this conference, they will hold an educated symposium to reflect about the findings, the outcome, and of course how to inform our system and the way forward for our partners and new participants. So there are other projects, so for the sake of time I'm not listing them, but most of the presentations from the college education are informed by ongoing projects and research, which we think is very important to share with the participants who are with us, and coming from various corners of the world, especially starting from our East African region, people from Uganda, thanks for coming. I hope others also from Kenya, they are with us, and of course, our partner beyond Africa. And the highlights from those research and presentation that we're going to receive demonstrate our active engagement in addressing both pedagogical quality, but also the well-being of learners. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to organizing committees because before this day there have been preparation and there are people behind the preparation. We thank really them for the good job. Our partners, especially for responding to our invitation and providing support in various ways. And of course, for you all for making this conference a reality. I encourage you all here present, but also those present or online to engage, meaningfully share insights, and collaborate towards solutions that will strengthen the education system and enhance the impact on education transmission to the society. Once again, I will come you to the College of Education, which is hosting this conference on behalf of the University of Rwanda, and I wish you a productive and impactful conference. I take this opportunity right away to invite our guest honor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Finance, representing the Vice Chancellor. Most welcome.
It's quite interesting to speak after the two distinguished educators, the convener as well as the principal. So they speak education language, and my role is just going to be a little bit different, not as interesting as their speeches. So to the principal of the College of Education, University of Rwanda, to our colleague, Dr. Parfait Yongabo, representing our sister institution, the Rwanda Polytechnic, to all representatives of the government institutions, to our very important partners, to the convener of this conference, to the esteemed scholars, researchers, and practitioners, indeed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda and the whole leadership team from the University of Rwanda, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Reshaping Education for Sustainable Development, hosted by University of Rwanda College of Education. I extend a very warm welcome to all participants, particularly those who have traveled from across Africa and beyond. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have more than 8 nationalities who registered for this conference. It's quite a good turn-up, and we are pleased to have everyone feel at home, enjoy our hospitality in Rwanda, and of course, get out and enjoy Kigali. Don't only put your heads into the papers and the conference and everything. At the end of the day, you also need to network and meet people who are not academics, just to have a sense of how normal Rwandans live. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to advancing education as a key driver of sustainable development. Rwanda is honored to host this important gathering of academic and professional expertise. This year's theme, Building a Sustainable Future Through Pedagogical Innovation, Inclusion and Resilience, speaks directly to both national priorities and global development agendas. It underscores the critical role of education in shaping inclusive, resilient societies and fostering innovation that responds to the contemporary challenges. As a university, we are committed not only to generating knowledge, but also to ensuring that research informs policy and practice. Conferences of this nature provide an essential platform for dialogue, for collaboration, and the exchange of evidence-based solutions that can support the transformation of education systems in our country, Rwanda, across Africa, but why not globally? I wish to express my sincere appreciations to the organizing committees for their dedication and the level of professionalism, as well as all our partners. They have been highlighted here. There are quite a number of them. So we are very much grateful for the support to all our partners who have made this conference possible. Let me emphasize that the true value of the conference lies in translating research outcomes into practical applications that addresses societal needs. I encourage all participants to engage actively, share insights, and work collaboratively towards impactful and sustainable solutions. Distinguished participants, again, I thank you so much for your presence and valuable contributions. I wish you all fruitful discussions and a highly productive conference. So with these few remarks, it is now my honor to declare that the conference is officially opened. Thank you.
Another big round of applause to our DVC. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much for your insightful remarks. Yes, your wonderful remarks, insightful. You have really reiterated that we should aim at making impact in whatever we are doing. We should aim in educational transformation in Rwanda, in the region, Africa, and the world. We have no doubt that this is going to happen because we have all the smart minds here gathered, and all the game changers are here to do that. So we shouldn't worry about that. We are ready. Thank you so much. Hearing such wonderful remarks from our leaders, from our presenters, we are confident about the success and fruitful conference during these 3 days. Thank you so much for your wonderful messages here. These deserve a group photo. We need to take a group photo with our leaders after their remarks. So we deserve it. Please come forward. We are going to have a photo here. Protocol team is going to lead us, and maybe photographers are going to tell us how to sit, how to stand, and how to do in this activity. Please come forward for the group photo. Our guests first. Everyone is invited for this group photo. Guests, speakers, organizers, participants, presenters.
Hello. Can I say welcome back? Welcome back to the conference after having taking a photograph. Now we've been challenged to make sure that we conduct discussions that seek to find solutions to translating research into practices that address our national and global issues. And this aligns well with the themes, the overall themes of this conference. And now we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the conference itself. And to do that, we're going to go to the first theme of the conference, which is about advancing pedagogy and quality in higher education. And to dive into that, I will invite the coordinator of HEPTED to give us an overview to the symposium that is going to follow next. And can you help me to join our hands to welcome Prof. Wenceslas today? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ernest. Yeah, I would like to be there, not to. Yeah, but as you are looking at the screen, the higher education pedagogies for teacher education is a project implemented in a sort of consortium made of many institutions, higher education institutions, including the University of Rwanda College of Education, Rwanda Polytechnic, but you have also here the logos of many other, maybe there are 4, higher education institutions from Finland. The names are there, but you have also an associate partner in the name of Higher Education Council. Higher Education Council is also a part and parcel of this consortium. Can you have the symposium for this HEPTED project is named Advancing Pedagogy and Quality in Higher Education. I have been asked to present an overview. I will try to be faster because my colleagues will go deeper into the themes. Next slide. The partners are represented in this picture, in this photo. All of them. It was a gathering here in Kigali, and I think even at the Rwanda Polytechnic. And all partners are represented in this picture. You can recognize even some of them, including the Higher Education Council. Next, please. Why the HEPTED project? Here it is like to set the ball rolling. Why did we really envision to implement this project, or even to conceive it and apply for it? There are challenges. I am not going to repeat them. I'm sure they even come in during the presentations, but this is the kind of rationale, context, which motivated for us to implement this project. And you can have also the vision, which is to enhance quality and relevance of higher education through pedagogical innovation, professional learning, institutional collaboration. We are collaborating in this consortium of many higher education institutions, but there is a very important aspect of the project. This is quality enhancement, very important. You can see that this one is really within the theme of this conference. We have, I have tried to ask a question, a guiding question to all of us. It is like, how can higher education institutions strengthen pedagogical quality while responding to contemporary educational challenges? This is the key guiding question for the project, but also for this conference. Then, next slide, please. No, yeah. The key focus areas of HEPTED, there is pedagogical innovation. By the way, we have been able to develop innovative programs, not only at the College of Education, but also Rwanda Polytechnic, and some of them have even started to be implemented, but also with our sister partners in Finland. So, leadership and institutional capacity building is a key component of the project, not only for the staff or the students, but also for the leaders and academic managers. We have organized many workshops and even developed the programs for that purpose. Quality assurance and continuous improvement. Quality assurance, as I have already said, is the key. We need really to ensure that whatever we are doing at our universities or higher institutions is of quality, and we have to also monitor that quality. So then inclusion is also key, in line with even the theme retained for this year. Quality, inclusion and collaboration. Collaboration inside the consortium, the institutions forming the consortium, but also, why not, even in other countries like University of Dar es Salaam, Kenyatta University, and so on and so on. Then, what does this symposium cover? This is a kind of list. You will, through the presentation we are going to have, all these themes will be tackled. Starting by teacher learning and professional development, leadership and quality enhancement, inclusion and institutional collaboration, cross-cutting message. All these aspects, we have been able to conduct research, and some findings will be shared with you during this conference. The key message is that sustainable quality enhancement requires integration of pedagogy, leadership, quality assurance, but also inclusion. Then, before I hand over to maybe the master of ceremony, but also the keynote speaker and the panel discussions which will follow. These are some of the achievements maybe I can highlight, like strengthen the pedagogical competencies of teacher educators, enhance the quality assurance culture with the participating institutions, promote inclusive and gender responsive teaching practices. Then this is also very important to foster collaboration between Rwanda and Finland. Finland, which is the funder of the project. And we are really very thankful for this financial support. then supported evidence-based leadership and professional development, and generated research to inform higher education policy and practice. While we are looking ahead, we need to see how to institutionalize pedagogical innovation and then scaling quality enhancement initiatives. The key message I would like, they will come again during the discussions, but what I would like to emphasize now is that transforming higher education requires more than curriculum reform. It goes beyond. It requires empowered educators, responsive leadership, robust quality assurance systems, and strong institutional partnerships. Yeah, by this I can hand over to Ernest. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof. Wenceslas. As you're still on the stage, can we add another round of applause for him? Thank you again, Prof. You've given us a very insightful and concise overview of this innovative project, HEPTED. And when we were presenting, I was thinking again back at the theme of the project. And there is a perfect alignment. And it really helps us to get a glimpse of what, in practice, researchers have been doing in order to address some of the pressing issues facing higher education. Now we know the what and the why of this wonderful project. I think in the next sessions, we will see more about the how. The how of how the different challenges have been addressed through research. And to do this, looking at the theme of the keynote presentation here, which is Advancing Pedagogy and Quality in Higher Education, Pathways to Transformative Teaching, Learning, and Institutional Advancement. This is going to be the topic of the keynote presentation. And I would like to invite Prof. Irene to introduce us to the keynote speaker and lead the next phases of this session. So, Prof. Irene, you're welcome.
Thank you, Moderator. Morning, everybody. I will not be able to say good morning in those other languages as, I don't know, technology. So I was apologizing that I shall not be able to say good morning in those other languages as our sister did it in this morning. But I hope that everybody understands English, at least. Yes, the choice of HEPTED, I know the concept which kept coming is pedagogy. And my educational background, I know that the pedagogy is the heartbeat of education. Pedagogy is the heartbeat of education. Then those who work in quality assurance, we say that quality is just the standard that keeps it alive. But pedagogy is the heartbeat for education. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure now to welcome our keynote speaker to share insight on advancing pedagogy and equality in higher education for teacher education. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Khalid, is a teacher educator, a researcher with over 20 years of work experience in higher education and teacher education context, mostly in Eritrea and other countries. His research primarily focuses on enhancing the professionalism of teacher educators in underrepresented context where the demand for high quality education is profoundly evident. He has accordingly collaborated in the developing teacher education practices from working context. His previous and ongoing work and publication cover pedagogical development in higher education through collaborative action research, the teaching and research nexus, promoting collegiality through self-study, teacher action research in schools, indigenous knowledge systems in teacher professional development, and multilingual education. In the particular HEPTED project that Professor Wenceslas introduced, he continues to collaborate with the pedagogical development team. Dear participants, I invite you to listen actively to his keynote speech, to reflect deeply and capture the key ideas that shall emerge from his keynote speech. Questions and reflection will come immediately after the next panel presentation. And I invite you actually to take notes of the key questions or reflection you would want that we discuss from his keynote. So Dr. Khalid, you are warmly welcome. Thank you.
Practices for quality learning and equitable outcomes, digitalization and online teaching and learning, and a social transformative research and teaching orientations. Oh, sorry. Yet, transforming teacher education pedagogy within the existing higher education landscape has had limited traction. The HEPTED project activities contributed in recentering pedagogy as a connecting thread while mediating national and institutional visions with localized practices and needs. The themes that will be presented in this symposium range from micro-level discussions on teacher educators' perspectives on their roles to participatory tool development model for institutional quality assurance. The themes discussed today address critical issues central to transformative ideals of our higher learning institutions and remain testaments of the project contributions. They help our institutions become true centers of excellence, vitally relevant to the evolving and expanding needs of the younger generation. Okay, I think this is, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Right, so going deeper into the keynote issues. So interactions within the project have certainly resurfaced possibilities faced on day-to-day basis, reflected in institutional leadership discussions and decision-making. With such questions like, how do academic staff learn to make sense of and improve their teaching? How is inclusivity understood, enacted, and reflected upon in classrooms? In what ways and how does the process of digitalization expand the pedagogical repertoires of academic staff and learning experiences of students? These are among the critical pedagogical issues that were explored during the various project implementation activities as reflected in the papers of this symposium. The spaces created centering on these pedagogical dimensions have facilitated the introduction and application of useful constructs as teacher leadership, pedagogical talks, and professional development discussions. Such constructs help in better navigating and understanding the complexities of our higher education pedagogy. Hence, the experiences shared through the symposium papers framed by the relevant constructs are not only relevant to the Rwandan context, rather, exposures in working with these pedagogic constructs provides an edge in contributing to international discussions. Hence, foregrounding pedagogical questions and constructs could indeed also be used as an impetus for informing future possible research directions within the institutions and beyond. Yeah, if we can go to the, yeah. So research in the process of developing and validating tools for continuously improving module management practices is among the continued participatory activities done during the projects. Framed as self-assessment, the activity sought to balance institutional goals for standardizing teaching evaluations with personal developments of reflective educators. The process of co-designing and refining self-assessment tools, combined with piloting experiences and the research interventions, can be documented, communicated as a unified, valuable example of co-creation. But at the same time, relevant research dimensions and questions could be gleaned from the interactive experiences, including at what point does the institutionalization of self-assessment tools turn into compliance? What are the implications to quality imperatives and for the professional development of academic and administrative staff? How can we best nurture both institution-driven assessments and individual critical reflection? And in what ways could management staff self-assessment be meaningfully integrated into reflective schemes pertaining to classroom processes? Such questions are important for a learning institution dedicated to continuously improving the learning situation of students and staff alike. The same applies to all other tools developed in the process, including quality assurance policies and guidelines. Yeah. Now, another aspect of this keynote is the role of practice-based research. The pivotal role of practice-based research in qualitatively addressing such developmental issues and questions was similarly highlighted during the project. The spaces created to connect practitioners, researchers, and project implementers have demonstrated how practice-based research can explore the complexities of pedagogy while bridging the gap between demanded and enacted practices. For instance, qualitative research on enacting gender-responsive pedagogy in classrooms has unearthed important agentive nuances of teachers and students beyond what could be generated from scripted policy documents and report surveys. Similarly, a collaborative self-study done among a team within the project has explored insider and comparative insights into embodied and aspired teacher education experiences. Combined, these experiences demonstrate the potential and relevance of qualitative and practice-based research. I argue that this approach could be intentionally integrated to inform pedagogical decisions at an institutional level and structured as a way to promote staff professional development. Crucially, such an approach could productively connect our critical higher education duties of teaching, leading, professional learning, community engagement, and research. Indeed, intentionally integrating practice-based research into our work would generate practical insights, naturally guiding our discussions and decision-making. In this context, creating space for circle discussions among staff and students focusing on the state-of-the-art approaches and discussions in educational sciences aligned with transformative orientations would be a concrete step forward. From everyday classroom interactions to quality assurance systems, our education initiatives could greatly benefit from mobilizing local human resources, valuing practice, exploration, and togetherness, while purposefully engaging with international practices and discourses. In the latter, the HEPTED project has shown possibilities for a robust partnership among researchers from the global southern contexts. Research engagements among individuals and groups from non-Western contexts could be one critical developmental condition for navigating pedagogical models, institutional frameworks, and governance systems. Hence, this could be a critical area for further research and development plans for centers of excellence in Rwanda and other African contexts. This is essential for balancing westernized educational models with frameworks that better reflect local realities and sociocultural systems. Finally, the research-related experiences during the project have a number of implications for strengthening existing research clusters on teacher professionalism and pedagogical developments. First, time should be intentionally allocated for open dialogue, allowing practical challenge to be thoroughly explored and refined. Second, creating conditions for student participation in collaborative inquiry and cooperative activities can serve as a pivotal space for pedagogical and professional development. Third, interactions in practicum and workspaces, that is schools and industries, should be taken as a potent research areas for enhancing the learning capacity of students and professionalism of staff. In closing, we would like to take this chance to appreciate the University of Rwanda College of Education and the conference organizers for giving us the space to the HEPTED-focused researches. We also extend our appreciation and acknowledgement to all the teams behind the papers and all the collaborative efforts of all the project partners. I also extend greetings from colleagues who are not present in person today. Our work and commitment to continuous development as reflected in the papers presented and in successfully completed project activities that contribute to developing better teacher education in Rwanda, Finland, and beyond. I thank you.
Walks back to his seat. Thank you so much. As I said, we are going to have a session for Q&A or reflection after the coming panel discussion. So hope you took note, but maybe those who didn't manage to take their notes, I captured 4. Number 1, pedagogy as a driver of quality. Pedagogy as a driver of quality. So higher education should prioritize innovative, learner-centered teaching approach. That was one of the focus area that we shall reflect about maybe. Number 2 is about reflective academic practice. Do we take time to reflect, to think about what we do? So it is a kind of wake-up call for university educators to continuously reflect and improve our teaching. Not continue teaching the way you have been teaching. Isn't it, Gilbert? Number 3 is all about practice-based research. Practice-based research. So how do we connect teaching and practice? The issues of professional development, that's another point that he tackled very well. The last from my notes is about collaboration. Collaboration. You could see that picture even coming towards the end of his presentation. So we should do even from here, strengthen partnership, establish and strengthen the existing research clusters, research community, etc., etc. So I'm not imposing you, but those are the 4 points that I managed to draw from his keynote speech. Now we can swiftly transit to the panel discussion. The panel discussion we are going to have, dear audience, is going to revolve around transforming higher education through pedagogical innovation, leadership, and quality enhancement. As you know, higher education is standing at a defining moment. The institution that will thrive in the coming decades will not only be those that preserve knowledge, but those that continuously create, adapt, innovate, and respond to the changing needs of the society. Those who can recall John Dewey used to say, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. So this statement reminds us of the purpose of higher education, which is going beyond transferring existing knowledge. It is about preparing graduates who can navigate uncertainty. We don't know what's happening tomorrow, solve complex problems, and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development as highlighted by the college principle, College of Education. So today's discussion brings together distinguished experts who represent different interconnected dimensions of higher education transformation, policy, quality assurance, teacher education, technical and vocational education. So you can understand that blend we are going to have here. So our conversation will explore a central question. One question: how do we move from talking, sometimes we talk about transformation, to creating institutions where innovation, quality, inclusion, and excellence become everyday practice. So not just thinking about transformation, rather creating institutions where innovation, quality, inclusion, and excellence become everyday practice. As we begin, allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. Number one comes Dr. Edwige Kampire from Higher Education Council of Rwanda. Dr. Kampire brings valuable insights from the perspective of higher education policy, quality assurance, and the sector reform. In a rapidly changing educational environment, you know, quality assurance must evolve from simply checking standard to become a catalyst for institutional involvement and improvement. So as we introduce her, let us remember, quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent effort. Dr. Kampire, kindly move forward. We look forward to hearing from you reflection on how higher education sector can transform higher education towards promoting innovation. Second left chair. Most welcome. Our second panelist, Professor Eugene Ndabaga from University of Rwanda College of Education. Professor Eugene represents a critical intersection. So he's in between of teacher education, pedagogical innovation, academic leadership. He has just retired, but not tired of the leadership position, isn't it, Eugene? So we know that the future of education depends greatly on how universities prepare education and educators who can inspire learning in an increasingly digital and diverse world. And I know he cherishes very much Nelson Mandela's quote about education, which is the most powerful weapon to change the world. Professor Eugene, we're eager to hear your perspective on transforming teaching, learning, and practices in higher education. Kindly move forward. Our third panelist, Dr. Parfait Ngabo from Rwanda Polytechnic. His expertise speak to the important relationship between higher education, technical skill development, industry partnership, graduate employability. So in a world where knowledge become outdated quickly, you know, you go to school, as soon as you graduate, there is a new knowledge. It's like knowledge is becoming obsolete very quickly. So there is one important and central question as we prepare graduates for the job of today or empowering them for the challenge of tomorrow. So how should we do the business? Doctor, most welcome. The next panelist, Dr. Jean-Claude Karegeya from the University of Rwanda College of Education. He brings expertise in educational leadership. In actual fact, he's standing as a director of teaching, learning, and enhancement. He has also background in professional development and institutional change. So I know that he also knows the famous say that as a leader, leadership. So a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So it's going to help us actually to reflect on the leadership approach that can sustain innovation and equality improvement in universities. Dr. Claude Karegeya. Our next panelist, Dr. Lina from Tampere University, Finland. She's going to bring a kind of international perspective on learner-centered education, inclusion, and a future-oriented higher education. So you know Finland is one of the leading countries in terms of quality education globally, isn't it? That's actually, we have the ideal situation in this room. What if we clap for them? Yeah, they are far ahead. So they are going to help us actually in terms of reflecting the best way to predict the future. And the best way to create the future is to create it now, isn't it? I can see Dr. Onen saying, yes, yes. He has just retired from Makerere University, but I know he's not tired as well. So Dr. Rina, most welcome. These are the panelists. I am Mashikari Macheya. Please. Thank you. Allow me to sit. We shall need a microphone? Yeah. Thank you, most welcome. Good. Let me start with my neighbor here, Dr. Duj. Good morning. So Rwanda's higher education sector, we know it is undergoing a significant transformation. Then you want to know from the perspective of HEC, what are the most critical enhancement priorities that institution should focus over the next 5 years? Over.
Thank you, moderator, or Professor Irene. Yeah, this is a good question. From the perspective of Higher Education Council of Rwanda, the next 5 years will be crucial in ensuring that higher learning institutions, they produce graduates who are competent, employable, and who are capable to contribute to the national development priorities. As you know, these days we are talking about Vision 2050, NST 2. So, normally, the traditional teaching, we will not emphasizing on innovative pedagogy as the theme that we have to include pedagogy. So, having graduates who are capable, who are able, who have practical skills, we hope within the 5 years, we will be having graduates who can shape our country competitively within worldwide. So for this purpose, there are some priorities that HEC is now taking into consideration. So maybe I will talk some because there are many First, you have to strengthen the outcome-based education and competence-based learning. So why this one? So we need that higher learning institutions can design or develop the program that are aligned with the national priorities. Why this? This is to ensure once they are graduated, there is no gap between their skills, but also with the employer need. I'm going to summarize because we have many. Maybe a second one. Within these 5 years, HEC is digitalizing its services. So we want that the higher learning institutions in Rwanda are capable to digitalize their services, because among the mandate of HEC, regulation, but also assessing the quality of programs offered by higher learning institutions. So with the digitalization, we hope there will be flexible accessibility of programs by populations that are in some remote areas, but also to compete with international higher learning institutions. The third one, maybe, also Higher Education Council is emphasizing on strengthening qualifications of staff and their capacity building. As you know, in Rwanda, mostly we have a lot of undergraduate programs. Going to the postgraduate programs, there are still few. Why? This is in relation of the staffing. So we need qualified staff at the higher level who are able to deliver also PhD programs. And normally we are relying on our students going abroad. So we need in the coming years to ensure that we have also staff that are able to supervise, but also ensure that the postgraduate programs are introduced in Rwanda as undergraduate. Another one that we can focus on is the internationalization. So as Rwanda now positions at an education hub regionally, so we need to encourage international accreditation. Why this? When there is international accreditation, it will attract also staff exchange, student exchanging, but also within the international standards, we hope we will be having comparative programs. Why this in Rwanda? This Finland, for example, we know where they are now. They are advanced. I have been there. And we want also to have trust in education. The higher learning institutions, they have to produce programs, not thinking that they are doing it for HEC assessment. They have to think about the Rwandan population, thinking about the national priorities, and produce competent students. Practical skills, they have to give them more attention. So another one, I can talk about it. I think it has been talked during the presentation. HEC also is emphasizing on industry engagement and partnerships. So when there is partnerships, as your CE is partnering with all these institutions present here internationally. So there is what we can learn from them, and we hope in the next 5 years we will be having also what we can call that we have changed the way we are doing our business into practical one. So the last one may be not the last, research. You have talked about research. So we have to think about that the higher learning institutions, they are not only producing research as research. Principal in the opening, we talked about it. The higher learning institutions, they have to produce research having impact on the society. That those research, they can generate external fund. So not only produce a research, maybe because HEC is now going to start ranking the universities or the higher learning institutions. So among the ranking, you know, as usual, research is a component that brings attention when you want to rank a higher learning institution. Thank you.
Thank you too. In fact, she tackled the aspect of digitalization, the aspect of flexibility in learning. You know, a devised person can say, things are now going to become very easy, isn't it? So digitalize, flexibility in learning. So how is Higher Education Council going to ensure that the quality aspect is not undermined in terms of learning, but also in terms of accreditation?
Yeah, thank you. For digitalization, HEC has already published guidelines to guide the higher learning institutions that want to offer either, but this was on another question, I think, maybe. But for this purpose, we have designed and we have published guidelines for this teaching online branded ICT integration in the face-to-face, but also a distance learning. Why this is in the next 5 years, but we have introduced. Why this? Because now we are having international higher learning institutions that were applying to HEC to offer distance learning. We have more international institutions that need to offer those flexible learning. So for this purpose, we think about what will guide this application. So we need to have guidelines, in those guidelines to ensure quality. So to be accredited to offer a distance learning or fully online, now we have the tools. We will assess to see if there is a compliance. Once an institution is complying, he will get accreditation.
Wonderful.
If not, they will be given recommendations to implement. When they will be ready, they can get accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you too. Let's transit to Eugene. Eugene, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Kindly pick the mic so that you can interact. Wonderful. So there are times somebody maybe wakes up in the morning, you feel like you have a flu. Then somebody tells you, what if you take ginger? So that implies that ginger is a medicine to the flu. So you're going to tell us now from the teacher education perspective, what pedagogical innovations can we mention that have shown greatest potential to transform teaching and learning in higher education? Do we have some pedagogical innovations in Rwanda or even in African context?
Thank you very much, Professor Irene. good thing for me is that I sat near the tank of higher education. So most of my responses, in a way, she has touched them correctly. But for the sake of coming back to your question, we talk about transforming teaching and learning. There are 4 factors which we have to look into. Number 1 is access to education. Number 2, relevance. And of course, my colleague has, in a way, highlighted the issues of relevance. Engagement of students, of course. And lastly, improvability. And she has also talked about them. When she talks about quality education, skills, that's where she has been going to. But let me come back to transforming education and teaching in terms of accessibility. Of course, today, everywhere in the education sector, there is a song being sung by everyone. That is competence-based curriculum or education. So we talk about access. Let us not leave it in the air. But in Rwanda, let's go back. A couple of years ago, in Rwanda, we had 1 university. Here we are now talking about, I think, more than 20 universities now. That's now access in practice. Small as it may be in terms of the country, over or close to 20 countries, that's access. That is transforming teaching and learning. But it's not a question of having many institutions of learning. The question goes back to our deep discussion of quality. Which kind of universities do you have? And I know you would agree with me. It's not easy to put all those higher learning institutions in a road that leads to the satisfaction of industries or private sector. It's not easy because of different factors. And I usually tell my students, one of those factors that hinder students to get the knowledge in a proper and relevant manner is as teachers. How do we teach? How are we trained? Our background, where we went through. So when we talk about accessibility, it mostly phases into the quality of education. It's not a question of quantity, but also quality of everything. Quality of teachers, quality of materials that you need, you use, and quality of the leadership. So to manage both the access and the quality is very, very crucial. And of course, the next question is, how should we do that? Again, another popular song today of learner-centeredness. Again, as I've said, we shouldn't stop on concepts, but how to bring the concept at home in our day-to-day life. We talk about centeredness, learner-centeredness. What do we mean? In spite of many hindrances that stop us from being near the student, we still have to do it. That is, we have to deeply dig into students' social and intellectual capacities so that we give him or her the knowledge that she or he is able to translate into day-to-day actions. That's being near to a learner. Rather than standing in front of the class and deliver all your wonderful speeches and the quotations and definition of concepts. But a concept may be taught differently, but lead to the same idea. How do you teach that using different contexts? A student from rural area, for those people, when I throw my eyes around, I can see most of you, you've got a touch of rural life.
Yes.
You know what is there. That student needs different approaches from a kid from high scrapers in cities, because their experiences are diverse. So you have to be near them and understand them. We talk about access. They should know it's beyond aggregated universities. Achieving the capacity to reach them, the capacity to get knowledge from them that's relevant, as my sisters I talked about it. Finally, keeping on using the word, the song. Another song today. How should we transform teaching and learning, competence-based education. We shouldn't just be poetic and talk about competence-based. We need to look at it from individual students' experiences. Because the catchy word here is competence. How do you make the student competent? My colleague here from Polytechnic, the student will go, in my area, I'm used to just pure wood chairs. Yes, start from there and bring her up to these, Western chairs. You remember educational, too many principles. Teach from the known to the unknown. Teach from the simple to the complex. So competence is all about the capacity of the student to know the meaning of a given concept using his or her day-to-day life. To understand, talk about the law of supply and demand. I shall take my students to their families. How many are you in your homes? Oh, we are 8 in our African way. We are 10 children at home. How many are you going to give birth? Oh, 2. Then you are not fair. You are 10 at home and not give birth to 2. Of course, because my salary will be very small, that's the law of supply and demand. And from a birth control perspective, then that person, that student becomes competent. He or she is able to interpret the law of supply and demand even in terms of birth control. So that's another concept, or the answer is how can you transform teaching and learning in higher learning institutions?
Thank you, Eugene. In actually, he is prescribing key medicines, but he is going to tell us maybe how to take one tablet in the morning, one day, daytime, and one evening. So here we have academic leaders.
Every day.
Every day.
Every time in the class, about students' various experiences.
So now that we have touched that aspect, Eugene, academic leaders are here in this forum. We are blessed to have the principal, College of Arts and Social Sciences, College of Education. We have deans, directors. So what role should academic leaders play in fostering that culture of innovation and scholarship?
Is the good thing with the educations, we never get tired of talking. That's why some people accuse us of being theorists. And I usually say we are not theorists because there is no practice without theory, never. Behind a practical thing, there is a theory behind. So in other words, it's a question of any time you go to teach, make sure that you teach those students as if they are new in the classroom, as if you know them, by trying to go back to their experiences. Then you try to teach from, that's why I said when we talk about learner-centeredness, it means try to know. Of course it's impossible, but try to know those students. Put them in the strata, in research. Rural area, semi-rural, capital, then try to know them. Of course, you know the hindrances to do that. There are many. Big numbers, big sizes, a heavy workload. Of course, you know that, but you can't, because of that, you can't say we never try.
Thank you, Eugene. We are now transiting to Dr. Parfait. There are times industry have been complaining, but these graduates are half-baked. And on the other hand, the institution claim, but you are not helping us to sharpen the graduates. You are not providing apprenticeship and internship opportunities. So, kind of blame game. Then as the world of work continues to evolve, how can higher education institutions, and TVET in particular, strengthen their collaboration with industry to ensure that the graduates remain relevant and employable? Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I think this is a tough one because who am I to get into the blame game and try to think how do we end the game? That's challenging, and it's like the chicken and egg thing. So who does what comes first, what comes after? But I think the whole thing is for us to see how we work the journey together, because that's the critical point. How do we engage in the whole learning process so that we ensure that we meet what the industry is expecting, but also they also contribute to producing the graduates that are needed, so that we ensure that to have baked the cake to the product satisfactory. And one of the key avenues to do that is first to have the industries engaged in the curriculum, so that we can be able to hear from them what are the type of occupations that are available, and then what will be the right competencies that the graduate should acquire to be able to cope with the labor market demand. And also on the side of us, the higher learning institution and the education providers, I think we should shift from the understanding of that we are developing responsive curriculum only. I think we need to be more developing responsive but also forward-looking curriculum. Because when we only develop responsive curriculum to what the industries need, and they are quickly developing, so we are always in the catch-up mode. But if we add on by developing the forward-looking curriculum, we sort of try to anticipate what will be the future needs of the industry, so that we are not in the catch-up mode, which in most of the cases is even expensive to afford. So I think we need to be responsive but also forward-looking when it comes to the curriculum. But another avenue of engagement with the industry as well is on not only the curriculum development but also the curriculum delivery. How do we engage the industries in the curriculum delivery? So if we want to respond to the world of work needs, the student needs to be exposed to the world of work in the real sense. So the industries should be able to accommodate our students for the workplace-based learning, so that they can even try to start getting the sense of what is happening in the world of work and be prepared for that. And there are many avenues for that. It's either through the industrial attachment that they can host them, either through the study visit, or even many other joint student research projects. Because if I speak from the Arabic context, we are having what we call the capstone project that should be conducted within the industries, so that students can do research that is sort of informed by the industrial chapter, so that helps them to think from the industrial perspective. But that can't happen if industries are not opening up for the students to get to the environment and get to the challenges that are in the industries. Another aspect is also to engage the industry in the actual teaching, because we have some industrial experts who have the expertise to share to the student. But how do we bring them on board to share that experience with the students? Actually, Prof was talking about the practical learning. How do we open up for that? How do we combine the theory that he was talking about in the practice? So we need also to have the industry practitioners getting involved into the teaching, and also the student can have a sense of what sort of experience is needed from the industry, but also learn from the practices that are happening in the industry. And of course, we here have a keynote speech about research, informing, teaching, and learning. We also need to engage the industries in research, so that we do research around what is happening and ensure that the research that is being provided in the industry in one way or another contribute to the teaching and learning that is happening in our universities and the technical higher learning institutions. So, but all in all, I think the key solution is for us to keep interacting regularly and find what fits for the need of the both, I would say, sides, the academia and the industry, because all these things that we are talking about won't happen if we are not interacting regularly. So I think we need to have the regular interactive platforms between the academia and the industry. And in my view, it shouldn't only be more of the formal platforms. We should also create the informal ways of keeping interacting, getting feedback, and adjusting what we are doing together. So why am I also bringing the idea of the informal ways? Because in most of the cases, these formal platforms resourcing, financing, or whatever. Whereas for the informal ways of engagement, it's that very easy because you engage casually without a lot of administration, protocol, and everything. And that's where even genuine discussions happen because we feel that it's more of a space where anything can be shared. That's what I can say.
Wonderful. A quick one. It is said you are doing very well in the TVET sector in general in terms of providing technical competencies, but you are not yet there, according to the records, in terms of entrepreneurship skills. What is lacking?
That's interesting because I would probably started knowing what is in place or what are they appreciating and then what is lacking. But I think we have made some progress in developing entrepreneurial skills for the students. But I don't believe it's only for the student. I also believe only for the lecturers, even for us, the managers. So then saying that, I think what we are missing actually is not only integrate or technical education, but also the education in general is how do we create an entrepreneurial spirit within the institution, the entrepreneurial culture in everything, not only actually in our daily business. How are we entrepreneurial in teaching? He talked about pedagogy innovation. How are we doing with pedagogy entrepreneurship? So if you are talking about entrepreneurial skills, we should be able to employ entrepreneurial approach actually in teaching and learning. And we also need to look at entrepreneurship in a very holistic way, not only to see entrepreneurship as training the people who will end up being the business people. That, at least in my view, that's not how I see entrepreneurial education. I see entrepreneurial education as the process of developing someone who has an entrepreneurial mindset in everything, in whatever they do, because we won't all be in business, but we all have to be entrepreneurial in everything that we do. How do we find solutions to the daily challenges that we are facing? How do we try to be efficient with the resources that we have? And to be able to do that, we need to integrate entrepreneurship skills in our curriculum, not having the module of entrepreneurship, because that's the common, I think, mistake that we have been doing. So saying that we have a module on entrepreneurship, and that's all. With that, we are just teaching the people, the theory of entrepreneurship, the definition of it, or whatever what is happening, and that's what Prof was trying to criticize about the theory. But how do we, in actual sense, operationalize entrepreneurial skills? I think we need to integrate that across all the modules so that the student will be able to develop entrepreneurial skills. And how do we do that? We do that first by trying to stimulate the critical thinking for the students. And there are a lot of pedagogical approach for that. One would be the challenge-based education. So you give the student a challenge so that they will approach it in a more critical and entrepreneurial way. Another aspect is also to create the spaces that will enable the student to be entrepreneurial and also to be able to test the entrepreneurial ideas, but also be able to interact with their peers. So we have, I think, started doing that at RP, but also at the University of Rwanda. As I know it very well, we have the incubation centers, which help the students to start maturing the ideas into business. That's one of the ways we have the entrepreneurship incubation centers that are helping the students. So it's all about having a more of a systemic approach to the issue and look at it from a more holistic way, but also make the student and the lecturers more critical thinking, but also entrepreneurial, everything that they are doing, and also create entrepreneurial institutions. Actually, that's the whole fundamental of it. If our institutions are not entrepreneurial themselves, they're also effective in entrepreneurship
Wonderful. Dr. Claude, one question. And you are here standing on behalf of other DTLE across UR, across other higher learning institutions. And the question is very simple. The dilemma, push and pull. Push and pull. You want quality. On the other hand, as you force for quality, you're also looking at the student success. Hey, students have failed. So how do we balance? How do we maintain quality and at the same time guarantee student success in higher learning institutions? Over.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So, you are saying the question is easy, but at the same time it's not easy. So, because like there is antagonist ways, one is at the left, another one is at the right. We wish to have a quality, but at the same time we wish to see that the students are studying and are progressing well. So here, I may combine the efforts of different individuals, so mainly by focusing on the leadership of the institutions, higher learning institutions. What are we doing, what are we putting in place to make sure that we are like putting together the success of the students but maintaining also the quality, in which way? So for me, I would go directly to these approaches of leadership, where the leadership will not remain the offices of the leaders of the colleges, institutions, not in the office of the deans or head of departments, but can go up to the level of the students. So that once there is a vision leadership from the institution, which is shared, which is inspiring and shared to the whole institution members. Here I mean from the leaders to the students. At that time, once you are working for the quality education, the students know that, okay, the targeted goal is this one, and at the same time, the teachers, the faculty members, the staff, they know this is the target one, but at the same time, to achieve this, everyone will put his effort. And the board will not remain in the, let's say, the part of the ground where there are leaders, but also at the same time to the level of the students, so that everyone will be an active player in achieving the quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lino, we recognize Finland as a model. You have advanced, you are very far in terms of learner-centeredness approaches. So what lessons from Finnish higher education could be adapted or adopted to strengthen teaching quality and student engagement in other contexts, like ours, for instance?
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the invitation to attend this panel. I first would like to extend to all of you warmest greetings from Finland on behalf of all colleagues who have been involved in the HEPTED project. And it's my great pleasure to represent them here today. Thank you for this question, and indeed, as Professor said, learner-centeredness indeed has been a very extensive project and initiative in Finland's higher education and across all sectors of education. Yet, that topic makes me very humble. It is a very challenging topic for us in Finland, and we remain to be learners of learner-centeredness. I decided to approach this question via three simple, interrelated perspectives I'd like to raise. And the position from which I speak is that I provide pedagogical training to research teachers in a research-intensive university. I have worked in the University of Helsinki and now in Tampere University. These universities are the largest research-intensive universities in Finland. So this is my particular perspective as I now speak. And the first aspect I'd like to raise is that the shift in thinking from teaching to learning radically changes the mindsets of researcher teachers in a research-intensive university. This change is not at all an easy one. It's a very challenging one to researchers who have no pedagogical training. And teachers really need pedagogical support to adopt learner-centeredness in their teaching. However, I have seen it innumerable times with my own eyes that this radical change, this radical step in mindset from teaching to learning is worth taking. It really changes the perspective of researchers. Related to this is the second aspect. In learner-centeredness, student is an inseparable part of learning, which means that as teachers in a university, we need to adopt a situational approach on students and students' learner-centeredness. When a student comes to our classroom, the student brings with them their entire situation, their well-being and health-related issues, their financial and economical issues and concerns, their social relations, their backgrounds, their histories. And if we really take learner-centeredness seriously, we should embrace this entire situation as teachers. Then my final related aspect is that in learner-centeredness, teacher is still very much needed. I think that that a difficult issue in Finland's universities has been that when we've been trying to learn what learner-centeredness means, we have often interpreted learner-centeredness as something that the learner does on their own, as if we forgot the role that teachers have in a university. So teachers are still very much needed in a learner-centered approach of higher education. Yet at the same time, our resources are limited. I wonder if there is trouble with this mic, but maybe you can hear me anyway. Yeah, the floor is awesome. continue trying to learn the learner-centered approach. Thank you.
Thank you, too. What if you clap for the panelists? We are now going to invite the panelists to answer to the last question in one word. In one click, in or out, okay? So it is an easy one. It's a concluding question. And we shall start from the one who holds the mic, Dr. Aline. The question reads, if we could recommend one strategic action that a higher education institution should prioritize today to remain relevant, inclusive, and resilient in the next decade, what would it be? One strategic action. So if you were to recommend one strategic action that a higher education institution should prioritize, what is that one in one word?
Thank you.
Not a statement, just a word.
With one word?
Yes.
Okay. The word I selected is knowledge.
Knowledge. Dr. Claude?
So for me, I think what I can select is vision.
Vision. Dr. Parfait? Knowledge, vision?
Capacity.
Capacity. Prof. Eugene?
Emotional growth.
Emotional growth.
Digital transformation.
Digital transformation. Thank you so much. So I do now want to invite our keynote speaker to move forward. Yes, you need to move forward so that we can now entertain the question from the audience. We are going to have the first 5 questions and try to be straight to the point. Just say your name, the question, and to whom you are addressing the question. Over to you. Sit here. Yeah. So you recall his keynote speech. You know the institutions that our panelists here represent. We have HEC, we have URC, we have Rwanda Polytechnic, we have teaching learning in the general, that is quality assurance. Then we have Dr. Arina from Finland. So Ernest and Aloisi, you will help me to take the microphone around as we receive the questions from the audience. Thank you. Over. Would want to move, be number 1. I can see the hand. Yes? We're going to receive the first 5. Yes. Your name, the question, and to whom you are addressing the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have 2 observations that from especially higher education Council of Rwanda. You talked about higher education institutions skilling graduates, competence-based education, which is desirable. I think they can practice that. But my observation here is about the graduates' employment dilemma. Universities actually Yes, my concern, and probably for other people, is the graduate unemployment dilemma. How are we going to address this issue where universities and other higher education institutions actually skill graduates? In Uganda, Makerere University and others are starting the competency-based. But every graduation, Makerere produces about 10,000 graduates. That is from one university. So when we skill these young men and women, and in the context of Uganda, I don't know about Rwanda's job market. In Uganda, we do not know where to take the excess graduates who have actually the skills already through competency-based. How do we address that? But probably the submission from industry academia would also help that we don't focus on employability in white-collar jobs. Perhaps we also impart skills of self-employment through entrepreneurship, so that not everyone that is going to get competent is also going to go into the industrial sector. Because in Uganda, the job market is so pathetic. We don't have enough jobs, even if the graduates have these skills. Two, you also talked about higher education institutions to engage in research with impact. And I appreciate, and I think we all appreciate that. And I'm sure most universities are actually making efforts to do so. But again, we look at a dilemma where, one, many universities emphasize teaching at the expense of research and publication. The teaching load is quite heavy, and research requires a lot of time, impactful research. And perhaps it requires to engage practitioners or non-academic to make research impactful. But where is the time to undertake that research? When you have to teach many modules, when your tenure, promotion, and reward is based on the number of hours you've taught, how are we going to handle that? How are universities going to handle that research if they are to teach more than research? And two, funding. Research is very costly, as far as I know. You are emphasizing, as Higher Education Council, universities to be research intensive. In the context of probably sub-Saharan Africa, if I can generalize, World Bank report shows that percentage of expenditure, GDP expenditure, I mean a research expenditure as a percentage of GDP is just less than 1. And we need about 3% if you compare to the European Union and others. So, how are we going to reconcile that? We want to do research and innovation, but we don't have the money at institutional level and also at national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you very much. My name is Bizimana Barthelemy. I have 2 questions. The first one goes to Dr. Lema. You talked about one strategy for implementing learner-centeredness, the shift from teaching to learning. I would like you to elaborate more on how we can help university lecturers to make that shift concrete. The second question goes to Parfait. Talked about collaboration between the institutional, the educational institutions and the industry. My question is, how can we help the policymakers introduce that idea of bringing industry experts into the classroom to help learners connect to the industry? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Octavio Gerard. I have a question that goes to Prof. Eugene. You've talked about individualizing the teaching and learning that allows the development of competences at the student individual level. I've thought now directly to the realities of what we have in our classrooms. Counting the numbers, some of us are having classes that are having more than 200 students. Those of you who currently know what I'm talking about. And sometimes the schedules, the timetables, the way they are arranged, is very tight. So as a seasoned academician, Prof, I want you to give us a highlight on what you can recommend as an ideal model of how we can proceed managing that very macro-size classes with very limited time to achieving the individualized competencies at the student level. The second goes to Dr. Parfait. It's my boss from one particular students from our colleges. Sometimes they have this, what they are saying, we are just losing our time to give us, let me say, placement of 10 or 12 students. We don't have the staff to allocate it to them to supervise if they are not paid. And sometimes they are asking the huge amount that students cannot really afford. Then from there, I want to ask what what's being done such that those industry managers, they are also made aware of what the education sector is doing, so that they also, if they are requiring us to give them competent graduates, they also need to be part of the training system. So thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Jean-Baptiste. I'm from the College of Education. Mine goes to Dr. Edwige and Dr. Parfait. You talked about using digitalization that is bringing us to flexibility in learning, and also when the Prof. Eugene was addressing us, he talked about not simply talking about CBC. And that's why I'm coming to Dr. Parfait, who is always having those people who are always with hands-on, working with hands-on skills, and asking how can we marry the two things? I mean, that flexibility brought by the digitalization, where I can simply sit at home and have the courses that are offered, but also with the practice, because some of our institutions are accused of, people talked about it, providing a lot of theories rather than practice. How can we permanently marry the two? Thank you.
Yes, we're going to have the last one for this round.
Thank you very much. My question is first to Dr. Lina, and then the second one to, my name is Raymond Tangairi. I come from Ghana. Maybe I'm the only Catholic priest in the East. So my first question is to you, and this is just for conceptual clarification in this context. What do we really mean by learner-centeredness, and who is a learner in this context? Then to Parfait, I love it when you talk about cultivating entrepreneurial spirit or mindset. It reminded me of maybe the idea of agency, being agentic in whatever aspect of life we encounter. And that usually goes with resilience, innovation. I could be wrong, but where I teach, the students I deal with, some of them are what we now call Gen Zs, and there's this operational philosophy, which is that they are entitled to be given, not to give. So how do you get such people into that spirit of being entrepreneurial? Not necessarily business, as you explained, but entrepreneurial in their moral life, entrepreneurial in whatever it takes to make them holistic. Thank you.
And kindly invite those who are online, can use the chat box. Okay, the technical team to invite those online to also contribute to the chat box.
Yeah, thank you for the question from the Uganda invitee. So the first questions, it was about the graduate and employment. So in Rwanda, the questions was about over the next 5 years, but we have already started as the Higher Education Council. So how to ensure our graduate, they will be having a job on the market. First, what we are focusing on now is to design the program in collaboration with industry, stakeholders, and professional bodies. This is to ensure there is no gap between our graduate and the employer need. Also, before to give accreditation to any program, we have different steps. The first step, higher learning institutions has to present like a proposal of the program to ensure if it is aligned with the labor market need. Once the program is not on the job profile from our ministry, so we will not allow it to continue to the further steps. This is why, because the graduate, once they go within a program with no need on the market, getting a job, it will be difficult. So normally it was done, and after the completion of the graduate, they were jobless. But this time, we are ensuring at least a program that is developed to be accredited. It has to be aligned. And to be aligned, it has to be co-designed or co-developed in collaboration with industry, but also with other stakeholders, partners, and so on, to ensure at least it is needed. Once it is needed, we are sure that our graduate will not be jobless. Yeah, this is the first question. And I think the second one, also it was about research and impact. And you said that we know our lecturers, they are having a heavy workload, they are very busy. But the main activities for any higher learning institutions is to teach, to research, and do community engagement or outreach. So those are the main activities. Normally, we think focusing on teaching only is the main activities, while also we have to focus on research. It is not going to be done just by tomorrow. So it is a process. So within this process, we are encouraging our higher learning institutions at least to ensure they are having time to focus on the research, because all of you know there is a ranking that is done internationally. Why not to be ranked as UR College of Education is ranked as number 1 or number 2? This depends on the impact of the research. So we have to promote the research as well. It is not easy, as you said, but also this goes with the question of Jean-Baptiste as well, with digitalization. Why these days we want to encourage higher learning to offer their delivery program by digitalization. Once you are digitalizing, there is flexibility, there is accessibility. So the lecturer, for example, they can be having sometimes saving some time rather than to go every day in the class in front of students talking, giving this. So they can as we are in innovative pedagogy within this conference, we have to create innovative, collaborative, pedagogy to use peer learning, not only come in front of students. Think about how you can give an activity to the student, then you are doing as well a research. So we have to focus on research as well. And also, this is to encourage as well joint research. Don't think that you can do a research as only members from your institution. Joint with the other countries. Once there is a joint, it can help you to have more time and also to have a project or a research with impact on the society. For Jean-Baptiste, I can continue with the digitalization. We say flexibility, of course, but with also Dr. Parfait, I think the practice or hands-on activities, not only to Parfait, for TVET, also for higher education, in general education, we are doing hands-on activities. And why we are encouraging also digitalization these days. So, you know the emerging technologies now. So there is those artificial intelligence and also more higher learning institutions. They want to offer also the program online or what. But this question was, is good. So not any program can be offered fully online. So we have different models. We have face-to-face with the ICT integration. We have a blended mode of teaching. We have also a fully online and a distance learning. So depending on your capacity, on your infrastructure that you have, you will choose one model, and once you are complying with all the requirements, we will maybe give you an accreditation, seeing that the hands-on activities, they can be offered through a branded mode or a face-to-face. But for fully online, there are some programs that cannot be offered fully online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, before you go to mine, the good thing, there was only one question. Let me go back to the issue of employment or employability and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the rationale of such conferences is to be in a position to critique ourselves, not criticizing ourselves, critiquing ourselves. Now, if you turn around and look behind you, I don't see even a single business person here. What I talk about is involving those people into this curriculum designing. But what we need day to day is to juxtapose academician here and the business sector here. Talk about my sister, talk about Uganda experience. You've got so many rich guys in Kampala who are somehow semi-illiterate. Bring them. Let them talk to students in different conferences, even on the university level. Because when it comes to entrepreneurship, there is academic part, that knowledge part you got, but there's big portion of the zeal, ambition, and interest. And those three things are not developed. What we develop is just knowledge. Look, we don't have, where is Nyirangarama here? A guy who came from nowhere, but look, he's driving the famous Rolls Royce. Let him share with the students. Because you give them knowledge. Why ICT? Students love them a lot. Because they can see the importance of ICT outside. But they can't see the importance of making juice. How someone can grow from mandazi. So, look, Ourselves don't have a single business person here. So why do talk about, so juxtapose them so that they can talk to students. So, hey, you mean I can make mandazi, bread, and become a rich man? So the zeal, the ambition, the interest will grow. So let us think about that. Then going back to my question. My brother, you are very right. When we talk about centered learning or individualization, as you decided to call it, baptize it, yes, it has many barriers, big numbers, and talk about them, timetables. Yes, that one we know. However, Rome was not built in one day. Because those barriers are there, we cannot stand and or sit down and say, hey, I don't have that. But one of the ways of make sure that you go closer to a student is through dialogue. You may have 2 hours a week or 3 hours. Get just 1 hour. And use, not the way we usually use group work for them to do exercise, so that they do, is it 70% of their work by themselves? No. That's another wrong concept. Put them in groups, say each, about 2 groups, I'll meet them, I give them 10 minutes each, I go to them, talk to them. That's when you can know their experiences, where they come from, and then as my sister was talking about, you know, they come in class with different experiences, backgrounds, just 10 minutes. So you will use that very dialogue to design your lecture. So those barriers are there, but you can use them through dialogue so that you really know them, you know. Otherwise, you know, that's why when we talk about conflict resolutions, the problem with our lawyers left. It's through dialogue. Put married people together who are fighting, take them to their histories, and you come up with something. So you don't only say, no time, big timetable, biggest number of students. Yes, we know that. However, there's another way, dialogue, so that you know them. It's very difficult to teach somebody you don't know. Very difficult. So that's the only way my brother can say we can try to do it. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. This one is working. Okay. Okay. No, it's not working. Maybe. Let me try this. Okay, this one is working. So, all right, thank you very much. I think I will be brief in the interest of time. Maybe starting from what Barthélemy asked, how do we help the policy makers to bring the industry practitioners in a classroom? I think here it's more of how do we create a policy environment that facilitates the engagement of the industry practitioners in the teaching and learning. I think here it's more to work with the policymakers, and here the policymakers, I don't know which level of the policymakers, probably we're talking about because of the policymakers at our institutional level, at the system level, but also at a higher level. But irrespective of the system, I think our main role as the education providers is more to better understand the context and try to identify the entry point for the industry practitioners to come on board and see what does it take for them to come in and what motivates them to join us in doing this. Maybe to go with a practical example is what we did as Rwanda Polytechnic, at least to create a framework to engage the people from the industries to come and teach in some of the courses. So we engaged with both the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor, and we created what we call the dual practice policy, which is a framework that provides a room for the industry practitioners at different levels of their career in the industry, but also be able to create a room for incentive for them so that we can be able to have them, but also they can see why should they be in there beyond that they are contributing to producing the capacitated graduate, but also there is a sort of incentive scheme for them. So I think ours is mainly to understand the dynamics involved and what would be the policy options for that. Then we get the policy instrument endorsement from the policy makers to help us to navigate the system. That's what I can share on that. And for my colleague from Ngoma, I think that's a very big challenge all the time to get the industries on board. But if I speak from my experience, I think what we need is more of creating a win-win situation where they see why should they accommodate our student either for industrial attachment or even for their research projects. There's always this discussion that we have. If you know exactly what you want to get from the intern, it's very good for you because it's the cheap labor that you are getting. But the issue also for the industry sometimes, they are not prepared on how to use that free labor that we are giving. So, and I think it will be a problem to go with the idea of paying the companies to host the industries. Yet we are giving them the skilled people who can contribute to their daily business. So I think, like I said, and also Eugene mentioned that, it's more of keeping discussing this, try to understand why should we do this? What would be the key win-win situation that would create that speaks to us, but also to them? And also, how do we also, as academic institutions, give the access to the industries on what we have so that they can also give access to our students? I can use one of the examples. I think when I was back in time at the University of Rwanda, we used to do that, but also at RP, we are starting doing that. How do we help the industries to use our laboratories and workshops in what they are doing? So if you give them that access, I think they would hardly also refuse your students to access what they are doing in their companies. So it's more of a two ways, I think, move. So where we both open up, but it would be unfair for us to expect the industries only to offer without us offering, so that they can see that it's both direction. I think it's more of creating the win-win situation and keep discussing all these matters in different platforms and in different forms, like I shared. I don't know if that is satisfactory, but at least that's how I see that, because this is, I think, a topic that we always discuss, but there is no one solution around the issues that emerge from this. It's more of trying to be more agile and reflective depending on how things evolve in the circumstances. To the last question from Baptiste, if I remember correctly, so the digitalization and the hands-on training, the practical training, and the access. So I think we talked about pedagogy innovation, but also recently I was introduced to another topic that I think is so interesting for us, the educators. What we talk about innovation, but how often do we talk about X innovation? The X innovation is actually how do we phase out some of the practices that trap us not to onboard to the innovation, or that don't allow us to create the room for innovation. And one of those things is the perspectives that we have on different aspects, and also how we define some of the things, and also the old practices that we are used to that we don't want to let them go. Why am I introducing this? Because for me, I think we need to start redefining what do we mean by hands-on training. It's not only about manipulating equipment in the workshop. I think it's more of understanding the substance of the topic that you are looking into and be able to apply and operationalize the key concept that you are introduced to. And the way of operationalizing that might differ using now different tools. And given the current trend, I think there are a lot of digital tools that actually would help the student to do hands-on beyond doing that in a workshop with only a single equipment. But they can explore various tools. So the issue then is, I think for me, how do we make the right choice of the digital tools that we are using in the digitalization journey, and also how do we make the choices on the approach for the digitalization? Like Edwidge mentioned, I totally concur with you. You won't offer a fully online program for technical education, but you can blend it in a way that you can be able to select which competencies that will need actually that actual manipulation of the equipment, but also which the other part that can be done online, but also how do we also leverage on the technology like the artificial intelligence that she mentioned, virtual reality, to have the simulated labs where everything can be done digitally, then probably spend some few times for the student when they are acquainted to the various machines, but be able to understand, digest, and operationalize different concepts in a virtual environment, then later be exposed to the actual physical equipment, which I think in one way is also even more efficient when it comes to the investment in the labs and the equipment. But we need also to see the trades-off in this, because and try to be more strategic in what we are doing, because one of the issues is how are we prepared to embark on this as lecturers, but also how do you prepare the students? Because again, we need to find how do we innovate from our old pedagogical practices to embrace the new pedagogy innovations that are coming, especially the digital pedagogy, which I think is so important in this case, to know how to strike the balance between the theory and the practice. For me, I think that's what I would share. Maybe the last one, our colleague from Ghana, about entrepreneurial education. I think it's a very critical with the young generation, but I think the entrepreneurial mindset, like you are saying, is more of being aware of the circumstances and know how do you react and adapt to that in a more developmental way. I have to mention the developmental way, because the Gen Zs, they believe that they are responding correctly, but I don't think that's in a more developmental way, because that sense of entitlement actually is good, but they need to shift the perspective. They actually need to own their future, not more complaining about that. And I like in some of the settings, there is one partner university under the HEPTED project that we work together called UVerskira, Universal Applied Science. They have a center for entrepreneurship training, and you know how they call it? They call it Future Factory, because they want the students to own their future. So, and I think for this Gen Z, with the sense of entitlement, what they have to understand is that they have to own their future. So nobody owes them anything if they don't own their future. And that's now where they need to be creative around that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There were two wonderful questions to me. First of all, how to concretely support university lecturers to move from teaching to learning. And then the second question, what learning-centeredness is conceptually and who is the learner? Now, I find these questions really wonderful. And with these questions, my small contribution to this panel became a collaborative effort, and there is dialogue between me and you. So I really love these questions and find that they are invaluable when we talk about learning-centeredness. Now I combine my answers to these two questions, but begin with the second question that asked about the conceptual foundation of learning-centeredness. Now, as far as I understand, when we talk about learning-centeredness in higher education here in Rwanda and in Finland, learning-centeredness usually conceptually derives from competence-based education. That was proposed by Professor John Biggs in Australia in 1980s. So the origins of this reading of learning-centeredness are in Australia, in the United Kingdom, and in the USA. So this is the kind of educational setting in which competence-based education, the notion of competence-based education originated. The model also quickly received support from OECD and other economical organizations that operate globally. So this is the one conceptual foundation of learning-centeredness. However, I'd like to propose another conceptual reading for learning-centeredness, a reading that draws on learning theories. Now we could name several learning theories, at least cognitivist, like cognitive learning theory, social learning theory, constructivist learning theory, humanist learning theory, transformative learning theory, and behaviorist learning theory. And with all these theories, learning naturally receives slightly another meaning and interpretation. But given that we are academics and we are colleagues who teach in universities, I would personally like to elaborate on this learning theories centered notion of learning-centeredness. Now, the wonderful question, who is the learner? Well, we all are learners then. In learning-centered teaching, we teachers learn as much as students do. And learning is a necessarily dialogic process. Now, if I turn to the first question, that was how to concretely support university lecturers to move from teaching to learning. I believe I already offered some perspectives on that. But I'd like to say that the competence-based approach, at least in Finland, often really helps university teachers and professors to adopt a learning-centered approach of their teaching. What is the first step then is to put learning process in the center. So instead of designing teaching that centers on teacher and teacher's expertise, teacher's knowledge, we should put students' learning process at the center. Naturally, this is a very challenging issue for those teachers who don't have pedagogical training. And all these learning theories I just mentioned naturally offer a slightly different take on what learning process actually contains. Anyway, we could identify the competencies that students are supposed to learn in our teaching, and then design teaching that enables students to achieve those key competencies through diverse, engaging learning methods. Now, if this learning process centeredness was my first aspect here, the second aspect would be teacher collaboration in a curriculum level, so that we teachers collaborate with each other and produce a curriculum that is consistent and coherent enough and enables students to construct a solid foundation of knowledge and skills that they should, upon which they should be able to act once they graduate from universities. So we now have putting learning process in center and then teacher collaboration on a curriculum level. I would finally say that we need to acknowledge the importance of studying skills that are critically important in any learning process. So studying skills such as students' self-regulation, students' motivation, students' time management, and students' learning strategies, we as teachers should have a basic level understanding of how to support these processes, and in that way support students to advance in their learning processes. Thank you.
Okay, it's our cherished tradition to always express our sincere appreciation to those who have shared their time, their expertise, and insights with us. So this is the right moment to do that, to just say thank you. I would like to invite the Principal of College of Education to come forward and please rise to receive your gifts of appreciation. And I would like to invite the Principal of College of Education to come and hand in the token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Dr. Idris. Thank you so much for traveling all the way from Eritrea and be with us today. Those who have gifts, please. Yes, Dr. Idris, your gift is going to be handed by the principal. And I would like to invite Professor Wenceslas to come forward and give the gift, the token of appreciation to Dr. Rena. Dr. Rena, thank you so much for having traveled all the way from Finland to share your insights, generously share your expertise. Thank you so much. Professor Mike, please help us to give the token of gratitude to Dr. Edwidge Damire. Thank you, Doctor, for being with us. And Dr. Paskazi, please help us handing the gift to Dr. Parfait. Thank you, Principal Rwanda Polytechnic, for your presence today. Thank you so much. And I would like to call Professor Beatrice to come and help us hand in the gift to Professor Ndabaga. Thank you so much, Professor, for your contribution to the success of this conference. Thank you. And next will be dear Principal, College of URCAS. The gift to Dr. Karegeya. Principal is here. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't. All right, thank you. Thank you, Prof. And thank you, our moderator, Professor Irene. Would like to invite Professor Phineas to come and hand in the token of gratitude to our moderator of today's panel discussion. Thank you so much. As you pose for a photo, okay, we would like to announce the following activities. Now we are going for lunch, and we would like to ask you to keep this wonderful momentum as we move into our panel discussion in the afternoon to hear more about perspectives. Lunchtime approaching and well-deserved lunch. And we want thank you so much, everyone, and a big round of applause everyone. And would like to announce the rooms where you are going now. For lunch, we are going to the floor, third floor. All right, so we are leaving for lunch, and after that, we'll be in our parallel sessions. Everyone knows where you belong. We have rooms A, B, C, D, up to E. I want to direct you where the rooms are, and the protocol team is there to guide you, to direct you where, yes, lunch and rooms are. For room A, you are going to the second floor, room A and B. Those who are going to room A and B, second floor, 2R01. Yeah, they are going to tell you the chairs of the rooms. Then you follow them after lunch, immediately after lunch at 2 sharp. Room B, 2R04, second floor. Room C, 3R01, third floor. Room D, 3R02, third floor. And room E, 3R03. I think they are labeled. And you're going to know the chairs of your parallel sessions so that you'll be with them, even if the protocol will continue guiding you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Let's indicate the chairs of the panels so that you can. So I'll be in room 1, which is on the second floor. The chair is going to be Dr. Kadejaya Kolo. And I want him to stand up so that people can. He will be chairing room A on the second floor. Room B, we will have the chair is Raymond Tangonyire. Can you stand up, please? Yeah. So it is also on the second floor. Room C, which is on the third floor, the chair is Barthelemy Bizimana. He's here. And room D, which is on the third floor also, the chair is Philotel Awiha. He's also around. And room E, which is on the third floor, the chair is Jean-Baptiste Mushimimana, who is also here. So this is actually the first round of chairing, but we are going to transit immediately from the second chair, the second round. This one is going to be from 3 to 5. Then I want to announce also the next one, so that in room A from 5:30, the chair will be Dr. David Onne. In room A, on the second floor. Room B, the chair will be Dr. Joseph Kubimana. He is also around. And in room C, the chair will be myself, Epimak Nibizi. And room D, the chair will be Dr. Veneranda Kainangwa, who is there. And room E, on the third floor, the chair will be Ariette Aiworof. Yeah. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch. Immediately after lunch, we are going to go to our parallel session. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, as we move for lunch, I would like to let you know that it's going to be served on the second floor, and the protocol behind are going to lead us to the specific rooms. So, and I encourage, yeah, we're not coming back to this room. So, and I encourage everyone to move quickly, just to use time efficiently. We have planned for lunch to last 45 minutes.